Good morning. It took a little bit longer to get ready than I anticipated. To be fair, like, start talking to my housemate, and that usually gets us both going. Talking forever. Hey Charles, how's it going? Alright. So, upon reflection, I feel like I have not been, I feel like I've been advancing time without really exploring anything, and it's probably a good idea for me to actually get a lay of the land before I start spending time talking to people. Especially considering talking to people is the thing that's advancing the fucking time. Just relaxing? Good to hear. It's a public holiday here, so I am streaming on a Monday. Because why the fuck not? Yeah, so I think I might actually take a second here to just, like, walk around, because that's not going to advance time. And, I don't know, maybe I can find the map I'm missing. Maybe I could find this plastic bag that I should be finding as well. Just gotta remember to look at all the interactables. Did I actually look in this? I don't think I did. Actually, I think it's got like a slightly... Oh no, there's magnesium there. Nice. You hear the distant squall of seabirds. Oh! That looks like a plastic bag. Ooh. Fuck yes. Finally. This plastic bag has Freet written on it in a dynamic, forceful manner that implies great prices. As you crack it open, a multi-gust of air flies in your face. Smells of yeast and beer. Perfect place for tear. Awesome. Put that. Now I can interact with garbage. Finally get some fucking income. As I'm walking around. Now I think the only other place I really haven't been is down past the, oh, did hitting tab close that? That's annoying. Also love the yeehaw look. Thank you. What's her name? The bookseller, the bookkeeper's daughter actually gave me that. Have I spoken to you, sir? I feel like I haven't.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
He gives you a thumbs up. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
He makes
Bang, 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 bang!
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few fingerboards into the air. Really? You think I'm cool? I'm not cool. Whether I'm cool is unimportant. I have police questions for you. Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yeah! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Oof. The food packages you're selling have humanitarian aid written on them. How come?
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
Doesn't that beat the idea of humanitarian aid? It's supposed to be free. That's what makes it humanitarian. I think one said not for resale on the packaging. Don't play games with me, Hawker. What's going on? Okay, well, if they're delicious, it's okay. Yeah, doesn't that beat the idea of humanitarian aid?
It is! Practically free. Yours for 5 cents a piece. Rock that tuna. Why not some macaroni too? No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers. An extremely reputable guy.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Does your supplier drive that Humanox lorry over there? Pointed the lorry with the big Humanox sign on it.
What?
The street vendor looks over his left shoulder and stares at the lorry as though he's never seen a lorry in his entire life.
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer. I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
The lieutenant whips out his blue notebook and makes a note.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though. Sharp eyes, officer. It's for show, my liege. He knows you need more than this to bust this guy. Later, perhaps.
Fuck. Could use the money. Yeah, I don't like the idea of asking that question, to be honest, and he's kind of already told us what he's selling. This might not necessarily lead to him giving us money. I have to remember that, like, it's not this isn't necessarily going to be a straightforward, like, reward for the check. Fuck it, let's give it a shot.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Alright, this may not actually go down a route that I wanted it to, but fuck it. Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
The man stops, his face suddenly serious. Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
He raises a brow, intrigued.
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. I'm not going to confiscate this humanitarian aid that you're reselling. Policeman, it's an investment in the thing. It's an investment in your customer base. Gotta prime the pump, man. Oof. Could not make this about corruption. That is an interesting suggestion, Volition. God, I actually really adore that. Like, I don't know if this option, for example, is there if Volition chimes in here, but I do appreciate, and if this would be there regardless, I do appreciate that sometimes the voices just kind of nudge you and like, That seems like a good idea. Is it? You kind of have to figure that out yourself. It would probably be easy to like, kind of... No, because we're talking business. Turning it to, like, the corruption side of things would be a bit... Would probably scare him a bit. Fuck it, let's go with a wild one. It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
10 real.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
He takes a 10 note from a leather pouch. Fuck yes. Thank you very much. Oh, I guess that's just telling me I've been collecting shit. Alright, anything over here? I've been over here. Hot air rises from the sewer. Sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Can't go over there. If I remember, that's the pawn shop. Oh. Okay. I'll take that. Water lockout of order until Wednesday, 7:15 AM. God, I forget what day it is. Also, Barry, can you hear me, buddy? This is outrageous. Butter sign down. Okay. What's going on here?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
First things first, what are you doing here, man, on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
Sounds like vaguely Australian.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Man on the waterlock picks the skin off a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. Do you know what caused this wreckage? Point at the smashed billboard in the canal.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal.
The words "daredevil driver" sound ominous to you.
It was me, wasn't it?
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Right, bye. I'm not gonna ask him for his salami. That seems rude. Oh, I got clothes, right. Gasoline-stained fingerless gloves in navy blue. They've been worn threadbare, but being made of wool still provides some warmth and comfort. Okay.
A crumpled billboard reading "Samaran butter soaks in the canal." Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
Ominous daredevil feeling. What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about goat milk butter.
Shit.
The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste. Judging by the
Fuck yeah.
size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
What the fuck? Holy shit.
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Look at the roof of the shack.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Look at the sloping metal roof panel.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Look at the broken posts.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
Look at the sign.
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The salmon and butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
Look at the opposite bank.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What was the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the Caprice 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers.
Okay. Why the oh, you fucker. Why the Linnaeus G22?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
Blink.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Any theories about what happened here?
Looks like someone was in a real hurry. Reckless traffic hooligans. Some top-shelf shenanigans. I want to meet the driver and shake his hand. I don't care, it's not really our concern. It looks like someone was in a real hurry.
What kind of car do you think it was?
So based on conceptualization and encyclopedia's information, it is more likely to be the Capri 40. There is a chance that it's the Linnaeus, but
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
yeah, I have no idea who could it have been.
We're not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
No, I'm curious. We should bring this driver to justice.
If we must.
If we can.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant consoles himself.
Fair. The question is, like, can you even get over that? I don't think you can get over to that area at the moment, right? At least it doesn't look like you can.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Really
A spring
sliver.
brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Yeah, I guess I just wait for it then. No use really, Oh, did I get a... Oh. Sewer grate, a gateway to the River of Filth. Nice. Glad we stopped for that. Hey, Raven, how's it going? I finally found a plastic bag, so I can make money now. Finally. Alright. Let's see how much we just got from, like, wandering around there. It's probably
The
not
tear
much.
machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Eh, well.
You're 100% sure you got special Hobocop money for that tier. At least 100% extra tier money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie.
Thank you, Inland Empire? How's Disco? I feel like I have wasted a lot of time doing very little exploring. I mean, shit. I still do not have a map. And, like, I don't know why I don't. So, you know, this is going alright. I wonder... Can we still use the headlights?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Does not seem like I can look for that. It'll be fine. Yeah. Like, it's not like I'm missing out on something from Hobocop because I don't have a fucking map. I'm sure that's not ever going to be important. But... tap on the fuel preheat again. No. So, I don't think... If I remember correctly, there was a separate option specifically to open the thing, so, yeah. God, I wish I knew where to get a fucking map of the place. That would be nice. Okay. Let's stop for a second to see what I've got going on right now. Let's start with Monday's shit. I still need to wait for tomorrow to track down this. I don't have any leads on that. This is going to be incidental, so I can't really do anything about it. I have the ability to possibly get information from... fuck is her name? Joyce. About this. She seemed to know something about it, but I need to do other shit to get that going. This is waiting until tomorrow. This is going to be incidental. I don't know who the caller is. I have absolutely no leads on getting into that door. I can... Oh, yeah. This is one of the things I should probably do now. Try and lie to Everett, or see how hard it is to lie to Everett about opening the door. Because I have the key, and, like, if I detach going into that place from having to talk to Everett, I'd feel a lot better about, like, just poking my head in, going, like, okay, can I gather why Everett wants this to happen? I can still make a decision about whether or not I put more or less vodka in the special borscht for the union workers. I'm still torn on this. I feel like this might be helpful to do later on. So I don't want to make a decision on this just yet, because like, if someone starts making comments about, like, oh god, if only the union workers were really thing, or it's like, well, the union workers are being kind of lazy, and it's kind of because they get drunk off the fucking borscht, then, like, I could start making decisions. Get a reality lowdown. I could just talk shit to Joyce, or shoot the shit with Joyce. Pants from Kuno. Armor pieces. This has to wait until tonight, because I need to... yeah, I need to do this while he's absent. And I pretty much only get one shot at this, and I don't really want to delay it too much more. As for today's tasks, he set off southwest across the canal. Start by going there. I cannot do that until tomorrow. Interrogate the vigilantes. You need to interrogate the men in the union booth, find out what they know about the hanging in matinees. Did I still not do that? What? Wash off the death smell. There's a bathtub in your room in the Whirling Rags, a good place to visit once you can have some privacy, so aka do this at night. Find the murder weapon. Perform an advanced analysis using hand-eye coordination. I think I need to upgrade hand-eye coordination to make that check again. You met a mysterious... Oh, yeah, then there's a guy on the balcony who suggested using the rock. Little girl in the fishing village, can't go there, blocked off by the bridge. There is something she wants to tell you, you just have to present her with your badge to hear it. Or, perhaps if you did her a favor, she could waive off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows. Interrogate the drivers about... yeah, the drug smuggling, which I suspect is where Racist Lorry Man comes in. Because he was very, like... he was very skittish about us inquiring about that shit. Find whoever was joyriding. That's gonna have to wait until tomorrow, because the waterlock can only be closed tomorrow. Honestly, I kind of wish it said what day it was down here. Day 2 is, like, I need to remind myself what day it is to remember that. Which is a bit annoying, honestly. So, I think the first thing we'll do is go see Everett. See if we can... or see how difficult it's going to be lying to him. Because I get the suspicion that we might be able to just kind of wing it. Like, I just love to know what kind of check I need to make and how difficult it's going to be. Because I can change my clothes and shit. Maybe I wait until I get another skill point to do it. Because he is kind of holding my gun hostage. At least implicitly. So yeah, talk to Joyce a fair bit, talk to Everett, talk to the smoking dude. I think that's probably the things I can do today. Maybe not the sum total, but who knows. You got any new dialogue, man?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
No, Leo's nice. I'm not gonna tell him to...
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Do you work here?
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
The little man raises his hand in a welcome gesture.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Think you're doing a great job around here, Leo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this place would totally fall apart if you didn't shine the boss man's shoes, Leo. Oof. I mean, true, but the... Hold on, who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
Wait, is that the gardener woman he's talking about?
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
Because if I recall correctly, one of her like passive dialogue lines when you're just standing around in the whirling is something to do with I went to law school for this or some shit.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Ugh.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Okay, so this is the union fixer, the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
Yeah, she definitely is. The little guy smiles a disarming smile at you.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Nice. Where is everyone? The harbor is empty.
Most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
He pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Did he now? For a week, huh? He stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What trouble did Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
Is that... which of these would be a bad cop on... What did they really do? Really? Did they kill someone? I think, like, this is probably more like that... Wait, what? Are you serious? 'Cause this seems more like, okay, tell me the truth. So, try this.
No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Well, it's less about who would tell him and what he overhears. Because clearly he's privy to some information that, Everard, yeah, clearly he, like, the way he knows that Everard sent them on a vacation is because he heard it, not because he was told.
Oh, we're on a
So no one?
No, but Titus and his boys, him and his...
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
What do they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Fuck yeah, Ryuzaki, that's awesome.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
He looks to you for assistance.
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. better to go with the flow.
Too rowdy. Leo, what kind of fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary? What the fuck?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Okay, I'm off. Nope. I'm out. I wonder if there must be more options there if I, like, have better stats. This is the thing, like... I realized this last night, but a lot of the stats that I've been putting stuff into are the stats that I don't have much of. Like, I'd like to put some in composure, actually. But yeah, having, like, high drama and shit, I feel like is probably going to be better. Also, I don't know if I, like, 100% understand... I can't really look at the log now, can I? No. This also autosaves, so I should be good. Time being. Hello? Why am I not... Okay, that was
Mr.
weird.
Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Everett, you couldn't pay me to sit on that chair. Okay, maybe you could actually pay me. You know what? Let's move on. I opened the door to your weasel's den.
Are you shitting me, Harry? Did you not really open the door and are now just telling me you did? You're a wild one, Harry.
Failed to hide your panic. Took the key from Mignana. Oh, that can only be done once, though. Ooh, hang on a second.
Oh, Harry, you don't need to get back to me. You need to open the door. Very simple, really.
But I need to tell you that I... You know what, this...
See you
whatever.
soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
Right over my head. Let's take a quick look at clothes. We got plus to drama anywhere? Minus drama, okay. Oh, yep. We got more drama. Drama. Is that a Lady Gaga song? I think that's a Lady Gaga song. Why are you highlighted? Oh, because I probably never read it or something. Weird. Alright. I'm gonna save here, because maybe I'll just do it another
Mr.
time.
Dubois, a pleasure as... Are
Lie.
you shitting me, Harry? Did you not really open the door and are now just telling me you did? You're a wild one, Harry.
How would you know that... I'm trying to get information out of you because of the door opening. Why would I not come back to tell you? I don't understand.
Good. Now take it a bit further. Take it home.
Roll them dice. Not only did I open it, I went inside too. It's a real weasel's den, Everard.
I bet it was, Harry. But seriously, what did you see in his apartment?
A guy who has antagonized the Union in a Union-run town. Maybe it's political.
So a lot of anti-socialist, anti-union stuff. Pamphlet saying get the unions in check. Fascist insignia everywhere. Memorabilia calling for the return to the golden age. Okay. That's... Fuck. Oh, God. Like, I really don't want to actually open that place, because I feel like it's going to have an actual effect. Because, obviously, Everard is asking me to do this for a reason. But it's possible that Everard here is actually fishing for information. Oh my god, I didn't even read the last one. Misogynistic posters, racist literature, and a signed petition to euthanize the invalids. I think we're just gonna stick with the anti-union stuff.
That's exactly what I thought, Harry. What a weasel. And for the record, I was only curious, not testing you.
He was testing us.
He was testing you. You succeeded.
Thank you, drama.
Thank you, Harry. You have shown me that the Barders Union and the Citizens Militia can indeed work together. Now, let's cut down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
Okay. You said the lynching and the strike are related. How?
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
What do you mean?
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Wait, they moved the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
Whilst neat and surprisingly a practical idea in, like, a shipping yard, I get the feeling there's a bit more to that imagery.
But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
The Hardys.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
So you're aiding in a... Fuck.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do.
So you don't have any information.
Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
The name of the company is Krenel. This time. It might have been Sediment before.
Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me.
You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members.
Again, 7.
Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
God, this man is a fucking master at dodging the question.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Everard, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
He holds out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving it to me? Take it.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote. He looks a little puzzled.
Good boy. A real team player. Now, do you have any more questions?
Uh-oh. Stream. Come on. You can do it. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna make sure I don't have anything, like, really taxing open right now. What happened? Dropped a few frames here and there. I saw the connection go red. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes whether, like, it's just going to drop every second frame, because that's generally the connection problems I have, is, there isn't, like, a chunk of frames, it's, like, a little chunk, and then it's, like, every second frame, so if you're watching not on 60, then you're not going to fucking see the difference. But yeah, it depends. Oh, wait, I see it. Oh, it's happening again. Uh-oh. That's alright. It'll give me time to think, because... And I'm not going to be moving, so... missing frames is going to be fucking nothing. I'll just have to keep an eye on the connection. Sometimes that happens. It's not really a huge deal. I... really don't think it's a good idea to tell Everard about this. There we go, just had to refresh. Oh, fair enough. Oh, yeah, it might have, like, jittered a bit. Oh, it's, God, it's going again. Uh-oh. Hold on. Where's my bitrate thing? Yeah, it's just having, like, tiny dips. I'm gonna bring up Resource Monitor and keep that on as I kind of talk here. Yeah, I think it's probably a bad idea to show our hand here, because there's one of two possibilities. Either Everard knows that the hanging wasn't the cause of death, or he doesn't. If he doesn't know, then we feed him information, and I think we should be keeping him in the dark as much as possible, because unfortunately, he is, despite being, like, He is very, very forthright with, like, all of the, like, Union and, like, Democratic Socialist ideology. Like, basically, whenever he starts talking about anything related to his actions, he always frames it in this first. Which, hey, I would agree broadly with all of that stuff. However, I don't then go on to say how I'm aiding and abetting people who have lynched someone, and, like, the idea here is that, like, it was in self-defense or something, which, well, sorry, let me rephrase that, broadly, it was justified because they were going to mow down, like, union workers, which, I mean, I would believe it, but, like, not knowing the situation, it's kind of hard for me to just take his word at it, especially considering he is basically holding our gun hostage. If he already knows, though, then he knows we'll be making headway in the case that's potentially not good for him, depending on the exact circumstances of the death. Now, I guess there's an extra thing here as to whether he actually knows that that is an important thing, because we know, for example, that the bullet is very unusual. God, what if fucking Harry's gun fired that bullet? Oof. Narratively, that would, alright, I think the connection's settled down a bit. You might need a refresh just to make sure it's, like, not, jumping anymore, but we should be good to go now. Yeah, so I'm absolutely not going to talk to him about this right now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And, of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Okay, I'm gonna make a call here. I think he knows about the gun, and I think he's not going to give us the gun until he can implicate it was us. Like, if Harry's gun is the one that fired the bullet, because Harry's a fucking weird cop. Maybe he just has a gun that has really unusual bullets in it because he likes it. It's an antique fucking whatever. He's an eccentric guy. I could absolutely believe that. Thus, as Kim pointed out, unique and distinctive, as the bullets are, is probably a very good indication of... is probably a decent indication of who shot them. And if our missing gun happens to be the one that fired it, and the most likely explanation is that the owner of the gun fired it, then Everett has a way to clear his union workers and pin the murder on someone else. Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
Everett, have you seen my ledger? My man. Oh, God, it's just... this Harry Dubois, real centrist douchebag here.
A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
I'm not a man of the left. I'm a patriot of You're right, not to trust me. I take care of me. I'm a hustler. I grind. I'm a money engineer. What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do. Yeah. It's like, well, actually, surveys says that I'm huge on the left. Fuck you, Everett.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
He studies Everett.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Okay.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
This is beginning to sound like a Yakuza plotline. Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them.
But...
We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
He means it.
God, I really do not like the condescending tone he takes towards these people. See, this is the problem, right? On the surface, Everard, in his stated goals, Everard seems perfectly fine, but whenever we touch on stuff like this, it sounds like someone using, like, you know, union and socialist framing to just be a capitalist. Which, outside of it obviously being disingenuous, is just going to be disruptive to the people he's kind of fucking along the way. But it would give me a reason to talk to people down there. And if there are two people in particular that don't have the signatures, I can at least ask them, like... I can at least talk to them to understand what's up. So, sure. If I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning.
Dead end.
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
He runs his fingers through his thin hair. I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along.
He adjusts a button on his sleeve.
One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Uh-huh. Just
We're
pals.
all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
You sure? I find it a little odd. I told Joyce that I met you. What happened to the previous negotiator? Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances. Everard, Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her. Why haven't you let her in to see you? You sure? I find it a little odd.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Okay, that's actually pretty true. It's like he's being forthright with being a shithead, but like that's... Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately. This is very true. I told Joyce that I met you.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
What happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions, the big man sounds annoyed. He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this?
Okay, this is bordering... This is bordering on, like... I would never say something racist.
Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting.
What?
Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Everett, you asked me to open a door to a person's house to intimidate them. This is the least believable story you have ever told me.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Drama, I feel like... Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay, we've got an example here. Your total is 13 for drama. So... 4 plus 7 plus something else. Because, like, after I was looking at some... I watched Wooly start playing this game and watched it a little bit further than I had previously. I'm pretty sure it starts off going... It starts off with volition checks, for example, like the passive ones that happen, 4 plus 4. But it also seems like... I feel like I'm getting medium successes on, like, Inland Empire with a 10. But so far it just adds up to a thing? Or to a 9? And this says your total. So, like... I don't know if this is, like, the worst possible... Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe the worst possible roll that I could get. What would that be? 4 and 7 plus 2 would be 11. And then 4 and 4... Oh, okay, right. I wonder if that's how it's working. That's the only thing that's been unclear. This is why Charles and I play this game. Yeah, like, if I'm having problems divining what all the fucking numbers mean, then it's not a good indication. Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization.
Not really transparent if you're not being transparent with me, Everard, but...
I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
He makes an all-encompassing gesture.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Actually, I can check conceptualization right here to see if my theory is right. 4 and 4 plus Snake Eyes, which is 2, would be 10. But, like, I get the feeling that, like... Well, actually, I guess I don't really know. But I get the feeling that I just straight up fail these checks if I didn't. Like, would this actually... Like, if we got to this point and conceptualization wasn't an automatic success, would I have to roll on it? That's the thing I'm not quite sure about. I'm
Most
assuming the only
certainly,
thing...
Harry.
Yeah.
By all
subject to
means,
subject.
Harry. What's on your mind?
Talk about my lost gun.
Yes, yes. My best men are tracking it down. Some kids saw some other kids running away with it. Some folks said a paranoid schizophrenic might have it. Leads are being checked, Harry. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
12 to 40 months. Good lord.
There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this? Look, Kim, these people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it? Yeah, good fucking roll, yeah. That was almost max. Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Okay, Charles, I 100% understand. I get you. I understand. Have you seen the dice fail in this game? Some of them are fucking brutal. And I'm not talking about any of the health penalties. Like, I was watching Wooly play through a little bit, and... He failed a roll I had less chance on getting that I succeeded, and I don't know how I would have reacted to that live on stream. I'm gonna be honest. Nothing like that has happened with me yet. But, oh no, it almost did. I almost went down the love quest thing when empathy, like, failed for me. But I think that's a really interesting thing about this game. You don't get the full picture of what it's trying to, or what it's doing with the stats unless you start failing shit, especially the non-physical stuff. Because that kind of shit, failing, is like, oh, your mind's just going off. And unfortunately, a couple of them are a bit too real, but yeah, maybe we'll run into some of those. Look, Kim, point to the photocopy. These people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it.
Lieutenant frowns as he reads over the document again.
Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
These voices are really good. Yeah, I looked up the VA for the core narration. And they're a musician from the UK, I think. Oh my! But like all of the voice work in this game is amazing. I actually, incidentally, I went and looked at was it Barry? Back when the game wasn't the final cut, and I saw a lot of the stuff that wasn't voiced. Like I think characters were voiced, but all of the inner monologue stuff wasn't, which A would have made this like a very different playthrough, but like B, that voice work does, I feel like, does so much work in like drawing you into this. It's actually kind of phenomenal, because I wouldn't have thought that it would have had that much effect, but honestly, and to be fair, that person's voice is just mwah. But regardless, look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center.
Yeah, that's yikes.
This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Shut up, conceptualization. Fuck me. Put the documents back in the envelope. Like, honestly, I think that if I play through this game again, I'm going full himbo mode. Like, decent empathy, pretty good with physic and motorics, dumpster fire intelligence. I want to see how that works. That sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. Get to Cygnus for Everard. But somewhere private where you feel safe enough to sleep. Find someone to sign the document instead of the intended assignees. Oh. Wow, it looks like my agenda is... or my possible options aren't getting the actual people who want to sign it. Huh. Okay. In that case, I think we will go talk to the smoking guy. Now. Because I haven't entered that building at all, but, and, like, so it's a really subtle thing, or, sorry, it's a really small thing in the grand scheme of things, but I actually really appreciate that, like, the accents in this game are all over the place. Like, I think the guy next to the water belt, or the, what do you call it? The guy next to the canal was, like, the most, like, I don't know, native English-speaking person. Well, the accent of that person was the closest to a native English speaker in the real world that we've heard. Pretty much everyone else has, like European accents, like, mostly European accents all over the place. And, like, it's a really small thing, but, like, not only does it just add variety and texture to the world, because, yeah, especially in, like, it sounds like the space here, sorry, it sounds like in the world here there's really a lot of, like, traveling through other countries, and especially Revachol being, like, the, like, just outside of people's jurisdiction, kind of a real, like, contentious region and things like that, would obviously see a lot of those people. But it's just nice to have a game that kind of varies it that much, because honestly, it's kind of weird that other games don't do that. Like, in some circumstances, like, a lot of games that try to employ multiple accents try to keep it, like, consistent across, like, I guess where they're from specifically, which, you know, obviously there's things to that, but it overlaps a lot with, like, what do I want to call it? Like, no, not the culture. Like, it's, you don't see much variance in heritage and accent in that way, and just having a game that's, like, not everyone looks ambiguous, but, like, accents and that are all over the shop and not necessarily correlated with, like, the fact that they're from Revachol, necessarily. It's, like, actually a really, it's a really nice breath of fresh air. Because, again, you go and play, like, most other games will, like, regulate it to certain regions, and then, like, it's entirely this, and then it's entirely that in another area, shit like that. Oh, holy, wait a minute. This is a gold mine. Gimme. What? Kim. Oh my god, Kim, for fuck's sake. I need the bottle. Thank you. Actually, how the fuck do I... Oh, you know what? This might actually be connected to where the smoking guy was. Maybe I can get there afterward. I need to go to... in here. Anything else to say to you, buddy? It's been a while.
to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Oh, it's just telling me it contains more bottles. Okay. Alright, let's go back to where we saw the smoking dude. Oh. I'm just leaning across the fucking... the fucking, barrier there. Nice. Should take a quick look around here. Yep, since I've got the bag now. The wall.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. Hold on. Do I have anything that increases conceptualization? Clothes. Oh.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Hey, 5% improvement. I now have more than double the chance I did before. Ah, fuck it. It's not realistic for me to build up conceptualization without leveling it up, so I may as well give this a shot.
Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
Kim, listen. You wouldn't understand. Okay,
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
how are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Okay. Oh boy. Hello, did I speak to you on the balcony? Oh, there's the balcony. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Oh. Flip up glasses. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals. Smells of laundry detergent. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Apartment 12. A loud, rumbling snore comes from within. Okay, I guess I'm... Whoop. Oh, bathroom. Moss crawls on these bathroom tiles. Actual moss. Oof. Shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Lovely. Oh. Sure. Balcony. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Seems like if you mouse over other interactables, when certain buttons are held, it, like, disappears. Curtains shift. Just a little. Someone is watching from within. Nothing to see here, I assure you. Okay, you're not gonna tell me what that is? Sure. Just the door. Nothing for you here right now. Oh, okay. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. 28. A door to be remembered. The door, this door is the door to Department 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives in there isn't home. This is the door to Apartment 30. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. Okay. I can't interact with any of the doors here, so I guess I go back inside? Shoes. There's money in them shoes. What the hell? Oh, it must be me letting go of tab. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
I wonder if I only took that morale damage because I have that. That would be pretty good. Speaking of, I'm still doing that thing. Is there any other... Why does some of these connect? I wonder if there's implications for these. Like, am I getting some of these because I, like, thought about them? Or is, like... Is the electricity just random? It looks like it's just random. Okay. I do have a stat point to use, though. I want to put that in empathy, actually.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Examine the padlock.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Knock.
No reply.
Before I start breaking and entering, I'm probably going to look around a bit more. Cute. Postcard.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Knock.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Oh. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that really the only thing I can say? God damn it.
Do I have to open the door?
You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Door number 9 is locked. Oh, hi.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. Are you alright? Should I call a doctor? This won't take long. I only have a few questions. Let's do it later. Are you alright?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
Sorry, one sec. She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s. Dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives? He's wanted for murder, he's going away for life.
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm gonna stop this conversation right now to take a quick break, because it's almost been 2 hours. So, yeah, when I come back, we will continue trying to talk to Smoking Boy. There is some music going, but I might crank it up just for the break. Yeah, alright. This game just eats time. It sure does. But that's the thing, like, I've been having trouble balancing, like, I've been trouble readjusting to the fact that, like, talking to people burns time. Because it's usually the other way around. So, like, I should be exploring places before I'm, like, talking to people too much. But my instinct is to just start talking to people, because obviously sometimes it can help exploring, because if you're, like, if you're in an apartment building, for example, probably pays to talk to someone who knows the layout. But yeah, it certainly does. Anyway, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Turn the air conditioner off. There we go. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my windows before we get back to it. I had a lot of Chrome tabs open for some reason, even after I clean them up. I also switched one around, but yeah, so we learnt where our mysterious friend lives, so we can go and talk to him, but I think I'm going to go exploring a little bit more before we do that. The note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Also, turn the music back down. Sea below looks cold and winter grey. Someone has torn down the wall. An old grocery list on the table, and checks.
What happened here?
Can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall. This looks so sad.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Except the stuff in the fridge.
Indeed.
Should I heal my morale? I know that, like, low morale actually lowers your volition. So, like, maybe I should actually. Which is also really interesting, because I think that implies that lowering your... or getting damaged means that your endurance is lower. I'm gonna do that, actually. Do like having my volition high. So we talked to this woman. We haven't been out here. Let's see what's out here. Oh, it's here. Wait, could I have just entered through the... Oh, fuck me. Why would I have needed the key then? Oh, unless the key is to his apartment, and we wouldn't have been able to do that otherwise. Oh, we can go talk to Cindy. This'll be good. Yeah, there she is.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Taking the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Look at the ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
Jesus.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Yeah, fair. Definitely fair. Flip-up glasses were fashionable in the old, but have since lost their popularity. Their thin gold alloy wire frames are a reminder of drug-addled bohemian artists. These days, the glasses are only favored by organized crime accountants who desire to look cool. Oh, that's a tool. Interesting. Large crimson bottle of cheap, sugary wine made of poverty, sugar, artificial taste enhancers, and a vague memory of grapes, guaranteed to color your lips. And then just a postcard. Organize my bloody inventory a bit. Hey, Cindy.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved. You're in trouble now, little lady. We cops don't like closed doors or unreachable perches, or people having high ground on us. That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Damn.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Gotta hand it over. That's some clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
Thank you, Sydney. Cindy. Fuck. Always a delight. Smoker on the balcony. Locate the door 28 in the apartment building. Well, I know where that is, but we're going exploring right now. Wait, what? Can I retry those? I did not realize that. Still don't know where the fucking map is. Am I gonna finish this game without having found the map? That'll be fucking hilarious. Is that a bed? Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Probably. Oh. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Pants. Lower reaction speed, eh? Door is locked. You can't get in. Chair's new. Someone lives back here. Funny. Above, tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust. Actually, that reminds me. Don't I still have a... Do I have a check with Kim right now?
Yes?
Oh, right. I need to, I need to put something into logic to get that to reset. Or find some other means. Although those genes looked look worn, the wearer must have had an ass given to them by the mighty Lord himself. That beautiful peach-shaped man-ass has imprinted itself so deep in the fabric you can't but wonder if wearing them would start molding your own vague rear side into a more shapely form as well. Electrochemistry god ass. That's a fucking description. Examine this. Apartment 8, their mailboxes overflowing. The graffito says a firing squad for the rich.
Give me a moment.
The cleaning lady still seems to be having difficulty breathing. Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
Oh. Oh, wait. Next to the coal room? Is she the one with the lock, then? She spits on the floor before wiping it off with a broom.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She juts out her chin, eyes shining.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I have a few questions about these apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
Do you know who lived in the foreclosed apartment? Why is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartment? Is one of the residents on vacation? Their mailbox is overflowing. Who lives in apartment 10? Who lives behind the padlocked door? What can you tell me about Cindy? Or boy? Padlocked door.
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism. Are you sure you don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
Oh.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
I will actually ask her about
something.
that.
The symbol of what now?
Communism? You know, like in the World Revolution? You know, the ones who support the working class against capital. It's an ideology. It has some noble aims, but it's also been used to justify terrible bloodshed. It's for loons who have no idea how economy works. It's a symbol for contributing to the demise of our noble state in the name of some made-up word of equality. Communism. It's a political ideology. Well, communism, you know, like in the World Revolution.
Never heard of it.
Okay. Who lives in apartment number 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
But I talked to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
She pauses, eyeing the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll go see what I can find out.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Why is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartment?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
That's phrasing. Is one of the residents on vacation?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
Do you know who lived in the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
The cleaning lady shrugs, her mouth puckered like a dried fig. What can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture.
This apartment.
The number on the panel says 10.
This apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in?
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
I don't need to warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Then open the door and I can verify your identity. Are you cooking morphine in there? I don't need to warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in.
Oh, come on.
There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
The lieutenant says, nodding toward the unlocked door. Hi.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles a set of keys in her hand. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but I think, like, the frame here actually cuts out, like, the fog of war. So I can actually see into the next apartment here. Because, like, it's not just arbitrary background. This is, like, literally, the background, or whatever's behind this frame, but, like, distorted a bit, because you can see, like, it's basically doubled over. Like, it's, kind of refracting the image.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Yeah, it's part of the job.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
God, I kind of believe... I do believe her, but I feel like I should probably double-check to be thorough. And she is just offering it, so inspect the passport.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
She snaps her fingers.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
My money has also disappeared, I think. It couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby. So wait, what happened with the wall?
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable.
We say, standing in this room.
I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
So wait, what happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it.
It's still too hot. Fuck.
Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
She's still shaking her head, manicured hands now crossed over the chest. What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Sounds like they knew how to have a good time. Reprehensible. Who lived here? I fuck shit up too. I mean, God, like, I want the information from this just out of curiosity, but, like, reprehensible? Sounds like they knew how to have a good time.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
She stops, hesitating.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
That's all, thank you.
Of course.
She replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's been waiting for you to leave. A blister pack of medicine peeks out of the box. You should take it. Looks like a fine mattress. Don't be ridiculous, you can hear it swarming with bugs. Ugh. Shoes. Ooh. Nice. Report back to the cleaning lady. It was just a real estate agent, ma'am.
Give me a moment.
I didn't find any counterculture people in apartment 10. It was a real estate agent setting up the room for new tenants.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
She takes out her handkerchief and wipes her nose. Yes, radio computer wizards are coming. They're going to save the place and the economy. No one is coming. There will be nothing but squalor unless we start killing real estate. Okay. Lax women and sexual deviants. That's who will come. I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change. Imperceptibly slow. All of these are bad. Like, this is clearly the ultra-liberal one. I don't know. There's a fucking... But I guess we are the big communism builder, so, like, I suppose this is the one.
We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer. There's been enough killing. I've seen it.
She coughs.
She's seen it and known those who have been killed.
Thank you, I'm off. I beg your pardon? +1 to indirect modes of taxation. These Per and Ingersoll shoes have no lacing, but a strap and a buckle. Due to their elegant and affluent design, they have been described as the most advanced dress shoe. So advanced, in fact, that walking through slush and mud does not leave a single trace on them. What the fuck does that even mean? +1 to... Okay. Cool. I think that's every place except for here. And I don't particularly want to just randomly break into someone's place unless we have reason to, so... Go to the balcony, go to number 28. And talk to our friend here. This one was 28.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Tomorrow? Oh, fuck me. I guess this is how the game actually, like, paces things, by making people, like... Or by making the earliest that people can be, you can progress certain things happen, like, within, oh, like, on a certain day. What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So, tomorrow 9 p.m.?
But Kim, I was gonna send you... Fuck, I was gonna send you to take the body away tomorrow. God damn it. I should have tried that yesterday, but I didn't really think of it at the time.
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Sounds good. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
He writes it into his little notebook.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Okay. Smoker on the balcony, visit apartment 28, sometime after... Yep, okay. So, let's re-evaluate. Cannot do this yet. This is tomorrow. Can't do this yet. I can interrogate the drivers. I can ask Joyce for more of a lowdown. I cannot get to the fishing village just yet. Can't do that till tomorrow. I need a point in hand-eye coordination to make that check again, I think. That happens tonight. I can go back to the whirling and talk to the union workers. Which is probably a good thing to do because I got Everett to kind of put in the good word, I suppose. Across the canal, can't do that today. This is going to be tomorrow. Can't do anything about that. Can't do anything about that. Need to talk to Joyce about that. Send the victim for processing. Who made the call reporting the crime? Can't do anything about that. So, like, I want to do that tomorrow. Can I, like... No, I can probably only send Kim to do that, during regular hours. Like, I probably can't ask him to do that, like, after 9. Because he'll go, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm off. Yep. Still have no leads on this, but I guess this is something I can ask around about. Or, like, make a bit more of a point to kind of investigate, because I haven't really done much about it. Still no reason to pick a thing here. Can talk to Joyce as a filler. Pants from Kuno. Can't do much about that. Need to wait until Kim's asleep. Awesome. And I still have a map to find. I'm sure that'll turn up soon, right? There's no way I could possibly miss a map for this long. Right? Actually, I want to check something real quick. Let's... How difficult is the check on the door here? Out of curiosity.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Yeah, again, I don't really have any reason to go in there just yet, so... Better on the safe side and just not do it. Or I prefer to be on the safe side and not do it. Okay. So, I guess our next thing to do is go and talk to the lorry driver. See if we can figure out anything about that. Oh, that's gonna hurt my hand a bit more than... Hey.
Looking for something?
You're lorryman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag on his cigarette. You smell of booze and cigarettes. What's different from narcotics?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Mirizza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
Right, racism.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez. Listen, I agree it's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets of Revachol, right? Listen, I agree it's our responsibility to keep... Oh, I could play into this a little bit to see if I can get him to spill the beans on it. Ooh. Okay. I am gonna play into this. Fuck it.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then...
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
He puffs on his cigarette. Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most other commoners... Camioners? Oh, fuck, I forget how to pronounce that. Have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one... Oh, say nothing? I don't know if I can come back to this, but maybe I should inspect that before I ask him about it.
The man pulls on his cigarette furiously, probably still thinking about mosquitoes and ass cancer.
Fuck. Is there a lorry with, like, spilled shit? I don't recall seeing that. It might have been the one that had humanitarian aid on it. Maybe I'm thinking in the wrong spot, though. It's down here. Anything? What's that? Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. It's Did I... What options did I have to talk to you about? I forget.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Right. Yeah. Kim was pretty clear, like, we should not disturb her, so... Not gonna fuck with that. I don't see a lorry with spilt cargo. Or at least not in that bit. Maybe it's a bit further down south. Maybe reaction speed is just giving me an option to actually talk to him about. Kinda hard to say. Alright, let's talk to him about it then.
Looking for something? Drugs? They're shit. You know where that... They know they can't beat it. I don't know shit. What do you think? I can't leave...
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his luck and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
He takes a long suck on his cigarette, appearing to savor the taste. I mean, okay, gigantic fucking racist, but you probably shouldn't lose your fucking job over shit like that. Bad for him, I guess.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is.
Why did I get experience for that, I wonder? If it's not you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
The one reselling humanitarian aid packages, right? I knew there was something off about that guy. Wait, the street vendor south of here? That guy's a lorry driver? Or the one selling
That's the one. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I can't think of a game. I can't think of another game that has made me feel so shit for agreeing even slightly with certain people. Like Everett making comments about like, or like, you know, having the broad like kind of union and socialist ideals kind of stuff, and then yeah, just like literally doing property development bullshit, like that he probably shouldn't be for. Then there's this guy who's like making a observation that he might. Well, actually, sorry, let me rephrase that. He's reacting to humanitarian aid packages being resold correctly. That's really shitty. Degree of shittiness, obviously, depending on how involved he actually is and whether it just turns up to him, whether he has any say in it. But then he just immediately goes off into the racist tirade, and I'm like, why? Please stop. Lorryman takes a slow, satisfied drag and blows a smoke ring.
Is your man alright? 100%. He's a lorryman selling his employer stuff. Broke the seals on his human ox lorry. No doubt he's selling drugs too.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Yes, absolutely, Kim. Guess we need to pay Sealang a visit then.
Guess so.
He grins, contented with himself. Fuck. I hate it. Alright. Let's sell our bottles.
The tear machine stepped. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Hell yeah. Alright, so I'm not getting, like, super amounts of money, but I'm at least, like, getting some guaranteed. Between that and, like, inspecting things as I go across, I'm actually, like, getting a decent amount. Alright. Actually, before we talk to Sunil, let's talk to Tommy and see if he knows anything about
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
You seem a man. You seem like a man who knows about drugs. What do you see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too
cool.
Just like that.
Fuck.
He slips out of your reach.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know?
He folds his hands behind his head and leans back.
But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. Do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Wait, then why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
And, I mean, we know that because racist lorry driver basically said that someone lost their entire job because of it.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade, then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Fair.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
We wouldn't say he's lying. I like to imagine that drama is like the court jester in the king's ear. Certainly the way drama like phrases their sentences. He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. Okay, you know what? Let's do this first.
Derealization. Jamais vu, the opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
+1 XP for every orb clicked. Yo! Oh my god. That's great. Holy shit, that's amazing. Alright. And then my learning cap for intelligence was just increased again. Oh god. Woo. We are playing the big brain game this time around. I actually want to have a look at the stuff he's selling before we talk to him again.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Save the economy? What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
This doesn't make sense. Why exactly does the economy need saving? Thanks for the advice. I'll try to be more economically conscious. Huh. I actually don't know which one. I don't know if... I kind of want to know what he's talking about.
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving.
So it's a sales tactic.
Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
You're right, we've got to save Mother Economy. But I don't have children, I think. It's just nature. Powerful economies expand, weak economies go extinct. This economy is really just a distraction from the cultural issues. You know, immigrants... Look, man, I just want to buy some clothes. Okay, no. It's just nature. Powerful economies expand, weak economies go extinct. Oh, okay, so here's an interesting, like, difference here. Is, like, I want to say that the ultra-liberal one is, like, we've got to save Mother Economy. But this isn't, like, mutually exclusive with that viewpoint, I don't think. Because this is, like, the free market thing, right? It's like, no, that is how it's meant to be. That is how it goes. Oh, God. But I don't have children, I think. I want to see where this goes. It's just nature.
I can't go extinct, officer. I've got kids to feed. Once an economy goes extinct, it messes up the whole ecosystem. You got to think about the consequences.
Oh no, that was an ultra-liberal thing. Yeah, fuck, shit. Maybe the moralist thing was save Mother Economy. Oh, fuck me. Oh well, whatever. So I'm not 100% sure, but like, I know that at some point down the line I lost points in the communist bit here. And I think it was around the time I got the thought for big communism builder. So I suspect that, like, what's happening here is that these are essentially, like, points that get exchanged for thoughts once you've met the criteria for them. And they basically, like, set you back. So, like, you know, I think, like, if I'm interpreting, if that's correct, like, the interpretation here is, like, you think about these ideas a lot, and then something crops up. Big idea. Think about it a bit more. Okay. Maybe that's the thing I can focus on for later. And then, like, it kind of resets things, so you start, like, thinking about different things again, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that's what's happening here. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got look around. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
You're right, we've got to save Mother Economy.
That's the spirit. We've all got to do our part. Your part is to open the box and buy some clothes.
Does that actually add to... Yeah, maybe the first reaction's the only one that counts for that. Actually, no, browse through the box.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Ugh.
The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Find something worth salvaging from that pile of rags.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
God.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Ooh, gives me composure. Oh my god, the fucking sleeves on that. You know what? I will take that. I think, like, that might actually be useful.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
The street vendor seems pleased.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Ugh, 50 real.
Only? That's madness.
Oh shit, that gives you 2 stats though. Huh.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
Rip.
A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
The man points to the footwear. But I already looked at the sneakers. What about the speakers, though? Doesn't anyone want those speakers? Poor little speakers. Pat them.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun ultras instead.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Wait, so someone is doing big communism? Fucking... Which part of my brain was doing the big communism talk? Was it... suggestion? I think it was suggestion. Fucking liar.
These once a small...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer.
Oh, I already looked at the sneakers.
Then look at them again. These are the premium...
These once a small...
No, don't... These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're
Can
from
I just
the...
buy the sad
No way,
things?
officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need speakers. That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
I'm actually confused why he's not just, like, hawking these for, like, a high price, since I clearly want them. Like, obviously it makes sense to upsell, or to sell something, like, with a higher value, because you get more out of it. But, like, if I'm so interested in the speakers, why isn't he just, like, saying, okay, 5 real, if he doesn't give a shit about them? So weird. You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers. Wait, what if I do deserve more than...
Well, if you want them...
He pauses for a moment, calculating.
But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground.
They're on a crate.
If, on the
in
other
the
hand,
rain.
you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Fuck. Everything is good here. Then sell me the fucking speakers.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose. Try the shades on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Oh god, I fucking hate that. I'm so glad I don't wear glasses. Like, I probably would have, honestly. Obviously, if I had to live with them, I'd probably get used to it to some degree. But I cannot stand shit, like, touching the bridge of my nose. It feels awful.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
The man nods eagerly.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
What are they, Groucho Marx?
No, you are definitely not buying those.
The lieutenant gently removes the glasses from your face, setting you free again. Don't tell me what to do, Kim. I like those sunglasses. You're right, I'm too sensible for this.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Shades of self-destruction. Rummage through the box.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
Oh.
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
The man declares. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I have anything that ups conceptualization. Yes. Because I can try this again, so it's not a really big deal if I fail it, but... I probably will be upping conceptualization at some point. Huh?
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes. But what is art? No, art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting into this? No.
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Fuck yeah, let's go art cop. Hold on, is architecture also art? I guess I have been feeling critical lately. That's stupid. Architecture is stupid. Architecture is also art, but...
Of course not. It's autism. Box drawing. Masturbation with a ruler and a sextant, or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture, while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Wait, what about music? Is it art?
Only the most experimental kind.
Oh, God. No. No, this is... This isn't the... This is a little bit pretentious conceptualization, but sure. I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but I don't... Don't I have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all? Okay, if 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Fuck yes. I don't have a skill point to do this. Fuck. Yeah, it's another copo type, the worst one, the most savage and brutal. The art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. Can't. I fucking love the descriptions for some of this shit. It's amazing. You have -1 perception while researching actual art degree because you can't even look at this shit. Oh, fuck. The same one here, embarrassment to the party. Do I see, like... Oh, I guess I solved it, so I can't go back and look at the thing. It kind of sucks, but... Is it? No, I'm going to status. Yeah, I need a lot more experience before I can meditate on that one. Luckily, it's only, luckily, it's only, an hour and a half. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, an hour and a half research time. That's barely anything. Okay, look back
Shine
in
on
this.
these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Wait. I swear my conceptualization... Like, I put on the thing to make conceptualization higher, and I... Oh, maybe it was even lower before. Oh, fuck it, let's go. No voice line. Ah, I see. A pair of water blue shades. The writing on the left temple says Insulindic Rendezvous. The frame appears to be hand-carved out of bone.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
For the first time, the street vendor's voice trails off, as he watches you inspect the glasses. Try them on.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. Alright, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. You look so cool.
The street vendor has picked up his pace again as you observe the world through deep-sea tinted lenses.
And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Kim, what about these?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
I'll take those cool deep blue glasses. Ooh, increased inland empire, huh?
A man who knows his style. Much respect.
Leave for now. Wait, what? Did something come up? Oh, fuck. Sometimes, it's not clear, like, I kind of wish there was... I know games try and do this automatically to clear, like, new shit, but I feel like I wish there was options to be like, don't unmark this as new until I press a button or something like that. And not just, like, looking at it, because sometimes when you enter a menu, the thing being highlighted means that it, automatically gets, like, red, more or less. So then you don't know why it was red, and you have to kind of, like, re-piece it together. A lot of games do this, though, so it's not really a slight against this video game in particular, but... The truth is, you can't really see very well through the darkened specs, but you feel truly tender in this newly found deep-sea plane. 2 blue-tinted lenses sit in a bone-carved frame, like they've always belonged there. Alright, hold on a second. What are my items giving me at the moment? Encyclopedia, Conceptualization, Inland Empire, Electrochemistry, a lot less Savarov hair, and Composure. If I'm going to talk to this guy, is there anything that would probably be good? Drama, definitely. Instead of conceptualization. Reaction speed, composure. This nylon wind cheater is so dynamic. It wraps around you like a membrane. Equipped with a stowable hood, the backside of the garment is covered in sport and summer-related text. It swishes softly as you walk. Don't want a lower rhetoric, that's for sure. Logic, authority, esprit de corps. What does this give me again? Suggestion, less half-light. That's probably fine. No. Talk to him. Talk to him. Thank you.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The street vendor assures you. Where are you from, Zing? Sieng, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
He kisses his fingers. I'm super into drugs. I actually don't like drugs. We're looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
He's a hater. And, yeah, true. True.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
He spreads his arms. So you forgot to tell me.
Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor? Silang, my source tells me you're the one transporting drugs for the Union. I don't like that we're just, like, going with the fucking racist lorry driver's, like, accusation here. I wish there was an option to kind... Oh, yeah, I guess this is probably more the... Yeah. Stop squirming.
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of, Silang? You're wasting my time. Tell me who the fuck is transporting the drugs. Okay, if you don't know, then I'll tell your employer you've been selling this. Okay, no. Who are you afraid of?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
He looks around and lowers his voice.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
If you don't want to get into this mess, raise your voice. You have to give us a reason to move on. We're buddies, Silang. Help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
Who are these other drivers you talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
He points north.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Point to the pale driver. Dazed out, strange.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Could she be associated with the Hardy Boys? He probably doesn't know who the fuck that is.
I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it.
I am kind of curious. Where are you from, Silang?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Better not to mention.
Very cool. I like your style, officer.
I'll leave you to it for now. Okay. Find out who's the lady driver and where's her lorry. I think we already sweeped down through this area before with our little old bag. Tommy, my man.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
I heard that one of the drivers here is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know, this lady driver? Oh my god, I got a +1 for the thought I'm having.
I don't want to talk about that.
Ooh. He shifts around suddenly uncomfortable, then looks away. Why, do you know something? What is it? I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved with the drug business.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
He bites his lip. I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do? Who is this person? What's her name? Who is she to you? What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed.
Oh.
It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
He answers reluctantly.
Then she may have dyed it again.
True. Who is this person? What's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
I wonder if it's that woman we ran into at the beginning of the game. Who is she to you? I asked you who's yeah.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is, hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery. It's true. We would of course a lie, but a kind heart is tricky. Bah, emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Fair. When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
He shakes his head.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Come on, man. Life is just a joke. Jesus. I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not. It's not snitching. It's just a few questions. I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not.
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Hold on, her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
When she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
I don't wanna... I feel like Tommy's just a good dude who has been caught up in this situation and just doesn't know how to fucking handle it, and it's just like, look, leave me out of it, man. She's in a bad place. You could get the information out of someone else. I don't want this on me. Ugh. So you're alright with others ratting her out, you just don't want your hands dirty. Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation too. It's important. I can't blow it. Fine. I'll drop the matter for now.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Are you not smoking right now? Okay. Yeah, I'll drop it with him. I don't really want to push Tommy on that. Feels shitty. Actually, while I'm here, let's talk to the union workers. Actually, God, what am I... Well, I guess, like... Nah, fuck it, I might as well. Surely we've got something new to say to...
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
You the hardy girl? What's your role in all this? Are you Lizzie Elizabeth, Miss Beaufort? Are you gonna...
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
She points to the tall man by the table.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face. You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
Easy Leo told me about you. Likes to talk a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that. A man like Easy Leo could have said anything. Do not be restrained, sire.
I don't even know how to pronounce that. Death machine? What the fuck? He said you're in debt to Mr. Clare. He said you're the union fixer. You fix things.
I am a legal counsel. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
Okay.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. The hangman in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the dude's neck? Why are your boot prints all over the scene? Spoken to the dead man in a bizarre occult vision. We've spoken to the head of the union.
Evrard?
Yes, him.
And what did he tell you? That we killed him? That we took a cargo belt from the harbor, went out back, and used it to hang him? Because we did. All of us together. I hope he told the story straight. I hope he told it well.
Ha, so you just confessed to murder? That's it, game's over, we got the perpetrator.
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened?
All
Oh, fuck.
7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse? Who called the shots that night? When did this hanging in... Who called the shots? Oh, well, there's a more blatant one down here. But who called the shots sounds very much like a... I know. Like, getting in his face and being like, who called the shots? Because, you murdered him just like that, no remorse. Who called the shots that night? When did this hanging incident occur? Why did you kill him? How did you kill him? How does the bullet in his head factor into this? Why don't I just arrest you? When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service.
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
I have not saved recently. Now, I do have evidence to back me up if this fails. So I do have other avenues, but things aren't quite right here, are they?
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracking under the pressure? This one. Oh, this one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out? Where did all this action take place? Hey, you. You having trouble breathing over there? There's something you're not telling me. Okay. Hey, you.
No.
He looks up, startled. His forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, copper. Samaran boxing style.
Samaran boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves, originating from the Samaran Isola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Where did all this action take place?
Right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar. Asking for it.
There's something you're not telling me.
And fuck you too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right. I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, copper?
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
I thought she did. Biggest animal dominates the herd. I'm guessing it's the big one. Gangs are usually run by the oldest, most venerable member. Everett Clare runs the union. You answer to him, right? It's the 8th Hardy Boy, the one who's missing. The big dick. Ooh. That would be my personal bet, honestly.
Titus, no one was thinking
that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No, no. Fuck no! The big dick is right here. asshole. You're looking at it. Right. Fucking here.
He grabs his crotch.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary. That's it.
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clenched shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
The man spreads his arms.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in Special Forces?
'Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
He points at the stage.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Right, but what did he actually do? Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
He wipes spittle from his mouth.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
He cracks his knuckles.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot.
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Right, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
You murdered him just like that? No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
I don't fucking know.
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
He said it as if it were worse than dying. Alright, time for me to go to sleep. Good night, Charles. Have a good one. I appreciate you sticking around. And Reunion? What's that?
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
New job, so gotta wake up early. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Congrats on getting that, by the way. Fingers crossed it's not too stressful, because it sounds like a lot more responsibility. But yeah, congrats, dude. Yes, but these were all bad people, criminals, scum of the earth. Look, I'm just doing my job. That's all. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing. Honestly, I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've sent behind bars. Yeah, definitely not 1, probably not 4. Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing. While true is probably not gonna... It's probably gonna inflame them, I think. Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all.
Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in solitary? Prison is a charter. That's what it is.
He spits on the ground before him. It's pretty true.
He's clearly been in solitary confinement, and at a young age, nonetheless.
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
As the lieutenant replies dryly. No, I'm gonna shoot my shot here. How does the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Another sip. He's tight-lipped suddenly.
Interesting, sire. It's as if he's lying to protect someone. He's not very good at it.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
This was a good move. Also, notice how Titus doesn't like her much, especially when she's calling the shots.
Now, she is right. I don't think it would be a good idea to actually try and arrest just Titus. That does not look... Like, we've already established that it sounds like he's not the one actually calling the shots here. And he doesn't like other people calling the shots, so he's obviously, like, kind of reveling in this right now. But that kind of suggests that he wasn't calling the shots there. I don't think saying this is a good idea, to be honest. So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his notebook.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hangman's head. I told you already I spoke to Everett and you said you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You gonna go and tell on us?
Very mature, guys. Everett sent word, right? Why don't you push me some more and find out, gimp? I would never tell on someone. Let's change the subject. Very mature. Everett sent word, right?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
Explosive laughter follows. To his men, Titus Hardy is a golden god. They want to laugh at his jokes even before they leave his lips. This guy is a born leader. But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Oh, interesting. There was only half of the line. It would take an army to bend Titus to its will, but having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect. Godly. Oof. Everard asked to cooperate. I feel like this is gonna end badly if I fail that, so you know what? I'm gonna back off for now, I think. Nothing else to talk about the hanging, and I feel like Elizabeth is gonna shut down any discussion of this, so yeah. It's probably a good time to stop that now. At the very least, we've clearly established to him that we kind of know what's going on, so hopefully he doesn't fucking play that shit anymore. Actual art degree, let's fucking go. Internalize. Fuck yes. Keep like profile. Have like literally anything we can do with this door.
You see a heavy... The cobalt blues. The door does not.
Okay, literally nothing. Actually, I wonder if Gart's got anything new to say.
Can I help you?
No, he doesn't. That's a shame. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a bit.
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
Oh, right. The waterlock on the canal is broken, so your husband is probably just stuck on the other side of the coast.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
You may not believe it, but it looks like some maniac crashed his motor carriage into it. Wouldn't you know, it's blocked by a big butter billboard. It fell right into the water. Probably some technical problem, I don't know.
Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you both.
She turns to the lieutenant.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband. And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
She catches herself.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
You're right, I don't have time for insect facts right now. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, dear.
That's all for now, ma'am. Kim is like, oh gods. Are we really doing this again about fucking insects this time? I don't know what I'm going to do with this, man. Alright. I am going to take another quick break here, because it's been... Uh-oh. Oh boy. We've also hit some turbulence. Oh god, how long has that been going on for? Hold on a sec. That's got nothing going. I mean, well, yeah, that's not doing anything either. Yeah, looks like the connection is being a bit shitty at the moment. Not sure why. Hang on a second. Let me get out of Discord. See if that does anything. It's like doing the thing where it's like fluctuating. So like it's going much faster at some point, but it's just having a... like having trouble being stable. Where's the mod view? Oh no, that was the stream manager, wasn't it? Sorry, give me 2 seconds here. Yeah, it's just been happening as of a few minutes ago. Well, basically during that conversation with the old woman, by the look of it. Okay, I think it's kind of settled. Either way, that's a good time for a break, because if I just start losing frames during a break, no one's gonna care. Yeah, so I'm gonna take another break here real quick, get some more water, go to the bathroom and that. And when we come back, fuck do I want to do now? Oh, I need to keep looking into the lady driver. Find out what that's all about. So, I will be right back. I'm back. Alright. We were going to find more out about the drug business. You have to gain authority in Titus's eyes for the investigation to advance. Soften him up first, maybe investigating the crime scene or the body. Look for a witness, get help from the union boss or the company rep. Tie them to any other crimes. Okay. You told Lena Morel is missing because of the broken... You told Lena Morel is missing because of the broken water lock. She's still worried he hasn't come back. Let Morel know if you see him. Most checks have secret difficulty multipliers. Talking to the right person can reopen a closed white check. Sure can.
Looking for something?
I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He smirks. First, you knew Silang didn't do it. Why are you smirking? Just tell me which one, Sir Laurie. Oh, alright then. You knew Silang didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He grins, a wide smile.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
Then why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? The lady driver?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
He says, unsure where this is leading.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
He gets closer to him.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
Say nothing.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurching.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
He looks at him.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carters Guild.
His eyes dart between you and the lieutenant.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Oh, half-light. Fuck. I'm very not good at that. We're done here for now. Fuck me. Alright, hold on. Something in here is giving me less... Something in here gave me half-light, I think. Oh, fuck. Oh, the jacket's giving me -1. Then is something else giving me +1? Why isn't it coming up on the... Oh, the gloves are. Right. That's really cool. Shivers. That'll give me +1 half-light. Do I still have that skill point? I don't. Probably don't want to put it into fucking half-light either. It's not something I can really raise all that much.
Looking for something?
That's still really low. Fuck. It is repeatable. The problem is that I'd have to, if I fail this, I'd have to explicitly put points into Half-Light to do it again. And I don't know if I really want to do that. Hold on a sec. Let's go into the fleet and see what drugs they had that would work with. See if
The
anything's
tear machine
Half-Light related.
stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle.
Wait a minute. Why is there a dialogue
tear
option for
machine.
that?
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
She doesn't even bother looking up from looking up out of her magazine. Why is that? It's up here, isn't it?
A colourful display of cigarettes.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
All of these are physique. Nothing that can raise Half-Light. Although I guess given what Half-Light is, it's kind of hard to raise that. Well, you'd have to use a pretty extreme drug to raise it. It's basically just like physical aggression, more or less. I mean, I guess I could try it and then... The thing is, if this fails, I don't know who else we'd ask. God, I really don't want to spend points and shit. I can't fucking...
Looking for something?
Let's go.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume?
Yeah, it's a below average roll, but even that wouldn't have really done much for me. The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume? Jigs up, I've got the good odds on you. Why don't you and me step outside for a little talk? Look, I'm sorry, can you just tell me what you know? Why don't you... Yeah.
What? What do you think we're doing right now, runt? We're outside, talking.
Damn it, I meant... Do you want to find someplace private to... No, shit.
There's some kind of homo thing?
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't really know where that came from.
The lieutenant gives you a brief sideways glance.
Let's just go and ask Tommy, alright? We are wasting our time here.
Oh, but I don't want to pry... I really don't want to force Tommy to fucking rat her out. Fuck her. Spouting welcome to Revachol again.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Okay, hold up. What else have I got to do right now? If I had to guess, I would say that we're almost done with, like, the main shit that we can do for today in terms of furthering the case. So if I took a little bit of time to talk to other people, to fill out a few other fill out a few other tasks and get some more experience so I can retry against the racist lorry driver. Like, maybe that makes sense. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Here. I think we also went through here with the bag, so I don't think there's too much else for me to really get from Thingy today. Oh, experience. Your room in the whirling is much bigger than this slot. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in your life. Jesus.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I got some questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Oh! Oh! Okay. What is think something close to you?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers. "Finger, we always do."
Damn it. Don't worry, Emil. He pulls on it slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The lieutenant steps in to make a gesture encompassing you both.
He's being sarcastic.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So I'm basically a lackey for capital, so I'm basically a thrall to foreign interests, so I'm basically one of the good guys. So I'm basically going to avoid this subject and ask the next question in this line of inquiry. So basically a lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Well, that's news to me. Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
What?
They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
The lieutenant interjects.
Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Say nothing.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
She bows and smiles. Actually, sorry.
Glad to have been of assistance.
I haven't saved in ages. I should probably do that. I think an autosave went off a little bit ago, but yeah, I want to make sure I keep on top of that. Also keep volition up.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I've got some questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is reach for something fundamental?
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
She concludes.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
There's that word again. A term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Wait, is this the one with the evil apes? Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment. This world does not deserve a term of endearment. Yeah.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I have got the full picture yet. Oh, the whole picture yet. Got a clear picture. Let's proceed to another term.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is this world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait. What the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. Pale. And what do you mean, corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Fractured corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco. Doesn't sound like any kind of disco I'd like to go to. I don't care about disco, I only care about the commune. Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
For fuck's sake, Kim.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
No, I want to push against this. I don't want to. I want to know what the Pale is. What do you mean it's not part of reality?
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics. What do you want to know? Anything.
you could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
I would... I mean, I'm gonna get rid of him anyway, but having high volition is probably... I should probably take a shot on this.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second?
Fine.
He steps away with his notes.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the Pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is the Pale?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Wait, what is an Isola?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
An Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, so... just so I can, like, speak this aloud to see if, like, this makes sense to me. We are not on a planet. The, like, closest equivalent I can imagine is if you took sections of the crust of a planet and suspended them between some, like, reality, or some non-reality where they are connected, but it is unclear as to how. And each of these Isolas is surrounded by the Pale. Okay. Right. Oh, fuck. That sounds a lot like, I mean, to some degree, it sounds a little bit like the State of the World in Golden Sun, where it's basically like some bit of crust floating over what is essentially nothingness. Okay, what is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here? What are its physical qualities? If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola? How much Pale is there compared to the world? Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isola.
She points to the sea.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And
an uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called torch collapse.
Does that mean that there's like a limited amount of matter in each of the Isolas? Because if things that pass through it evaporate, surely they don't come back. Although I guess we're going to figure out how the travel between it works, so maybe that kind of explains it. But because it could, for all I know, it could be like a bit like how the ethereal sea works in 14, where things pass into it going out of reality and then come back into it from other means.
Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapour, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mould that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
She closes her eyes and breathes out heavily. What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic.
Yeah, like, if it is literally unreality, like, it's kind of hard to describe it in qualities we associate with real things.
The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Okay, so we're not oh god. Okay, we're not even talking about, like, reality, like non-existence. We're talking about, yeah, in the Pale, the law, like, all fundamental laws of reality start breaking. That's, holy shit. Okay. What am I getting this at 20 hours in, when this is like one of the first characters you should probably talk to? We're surrounded by Pale. How do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Her lungs deflate. Her words sound like a sigh.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Oh, really? Is that so? The Pale can damage the mind?
Oh,
oh, for fuck's sake.
A squall of birds.
It is, but it is still hard extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Huh.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
It's like a singularity. Like, it also collapses time within it. Well, I mean, again, fundamental things about reality. Jesus.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue the Pale somehow consists of past. What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entropanetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is entropanetic?
Entropanetics. is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entroponetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, Detective?
She looks you in the eye. It's shrinking. There is more and more... Oh, it's growing. There is more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. It's going to happen. Cover everything. That can't be where... that can't be. Where would we go? Stay silent.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Some say they call...
Who says and who argued?
It feels...
It's more for her. Way more.
Let it go.
She's looking out toward the sea. What at? It's hard to say. She's over-radiated. And then some.
They call...
Who says and who?
It feels...
It's more for her.
No, up to my gills,
fucking
officer.
Shit. God damn it.
Entroponetics.
They had not traveled.
There are nothing. Hybrid in essence, then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone.
I'm wasting time.
Surface.
God damn it. The Pale can damage the mind. How?
Some say they call...
Who says and who?
What
it
does
feels...
It's more for her.
You're not.
No, nameless detective.
She's looking out toward the sea. What at? It's hot. She's over-radiated.
Same
and
thing.
then some.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
Nothing. Just alcohol fumes and blackout. I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good. I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying. You're right, it's disco. It will end all life. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force. Perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. Who am I to think anything of it? That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
She stops mid-sentence. I'll handle it. It's under control. This investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by, I promise. Yes, I'm in serious trouble here. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know it. All these people will die. I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
She gives you a slight bow.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
That was fucking insane, Kim. Right, let's go to work. Get to work, Lieutenant. Some more reality, you needn't have worried. Right, let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives.
She nods you goodbye.
You're back. Good. What can I help?
Actually, sorry. I need to check something. Did that go into done? Get a reality load down. Open trash cans. Oh, unless that was just about the pail.
You're back.
Right.
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar region?
Am I really that awkward? I mean, what is this place here? Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
She looks around. What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveau. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy the Skull. What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
She puts her finger to her lips, then points to you. Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
Huh. And what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it was a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes, were they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
She looks at you, her gaze sharp. Sounds like evil to me. Okay, neutral. They're good apes, actually.
On the other hand...
She turns north to the bombed-out buildings lining the waterfront, then shivers slightly. Who got shot in the head? Well...
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle. That's a tragedy. Sounds like they should have shot more people in the head then. That's a tragedy.
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too, in my head. Point to your little head. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew.
She shakes her head.
The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Smart king, cowardly king. I love that king. Fucking communists. I don't care about kings. Tell me one more thing. Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
She looks up to the sky, then inland at the crumbling city. Okay, and by liberals you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
She stomps her rubber-booted foot. Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am. Not just technically, practically. For a moment, there was hope. If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. I feel like that's half a sentence. If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
That's the way of history.
She nods. When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question.
She smiles mischievously.
The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Tsareth do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not.
Oh.
It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is this zone? What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
She curtsies.
Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just...
She looks at the crumbling tenements, paint flecking from the stone.
We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
She cranes her neck.
No, her first.
I asked you, who are you in all this? I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like South drove these people mad. I would have killed more, 400 million if that's what it took. I would have made off with the mineral rights. I don't know what I would have done differently. I asked you, who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Zarath drove those people mad.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
Excuse me? With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program, liquidate the rabbit prion-infested dogs who want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire. Privatize healthcare and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Okay, maybe it's impossible. What happened had to happen, and always will. You know, with some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
The lieutenant puts down his notes for a moment.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
She nods. Okay.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know what you are. She hums.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
She says with a sudden flash of teeth.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Wait, what's an ultra? Dios mío, a liberal! Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself. I don't understand what's so vile about that. Oh, yeah. Dios mío.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
She looks into your eye.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
You're a monster.
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
She turns her gaze to the Delta. Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, And not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
With all due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. Not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burnt the whole Isola down rather than let them have it. These seem like options to go through. Just not sure if, like, going through one of them is going to add points to one of them or not. You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, ma'am.
Lieutenant puts down his notes and gives her a look. You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
She closes her eyes, then opens them again. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Thank you, that's all for now.
Actual art degree.
Fuck yeah. Art cop, let's go.
Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of.
Get him.
Lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic shit peddler. Pedantic, listless, savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another.
This is my solution. The vocabulary to tear people's works to shit. Oh my god! Hands shake from anger, how shit it all is. Oh, that's amazing. But a -1 in hand-eye coordination's fucking awful for me. I mean, I can make up for it, but goddamn. Conceptualization, passives heal +1 morale and give +10 experience. Huh. Interesting. Am I really about to put a fucking point into Half-Light just to try... What's his name again? Like, this is my only other reroll for this. Like, so, here's the thing now. When it comes to hitting the ceiling, that means I can't put points into it, which means I can't reset it just by putting points into it. So, I either find another way to reset the Half-Light check with the racist slurry guy, put a point into it to force it and give up the ability to reroll them, or to, like, reset them later. Or talk to Tommy. Which I really don't want to fucking do. And the other thing is here, too, that having increased hand-eye coordination would help me with... would reset the bullet check, I think. Yeah. Fractured bullet. It's currently locked. it's also legendary. Fuck. Do I have items that increase my hand-eye coordination? I feel like there was one of these that did. Interfacing. No. Fuck. I'm not actually sure what to do now. Sorry, let me be really quick about this. What are we up to at the moment? Prove your authority to Titus. Get 2 signatures from Everard. Okay, so check. Very hard check. Can't do this now. Can't do this now. Can't do this now. This is either the racist lorry guy or Tommy. Need to find the drug. Need to find out about the drug. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. Didn't Kim suggest lying to her about the whole thing? I wonder if I actually get some options here. I want to see that.
You're back. Word has travelled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout. It would give them a read on the entire quarter.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
Oh, she knows.
Word has travelled.
One of the tall...
It appears we are being monitored every...
Oh, fuck. Okay. Well. Damn it. I guess it's not going to be that easy to fool her about that. Fuck. Can I do anything with this now that I have... Jamais vu?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
You have a keen aesthetic sensibility. Hang on. I should change my items because I'm not wearing the conceptualization shirt.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Why?
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
Shut up, Kim. It's really important, I swear. Fuck. Also, sorry for kind of like falling silent during all of that. Obviously doing the world building stuff is going to have me basically silent, kind of like listening to what's going on because, I mean, yeah, of course. But yeah, I would hope that, like, just because it's this game, people would understand that, like, obviously, like, I kind of have to try and take in a lot of things. Even though it may not be the most exciting thing to watch. Can we talk to this person? You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books.
The ship takes off like a silvery mosquito, unfolding its rotor blade arms. She mumbles reading, then puts down the soft cover.
A good one? Point at the book.
Yes? Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
That checks out.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Shut up, Logic. Have a good
This
day.
was a tremendously useful interlude.
Kim, I love you, but... Fuck. Go easy on me. Oh my. want to go through the back of the, oh, actually, sorry, there's experience to be gained here. Give books and thingy. I probably can't talk to you anymore. You're doing homework. Sports magazines. I'll actually get this one first. Book collects the national recipes of Arda. They're all about lake trout. Merely looking at the unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. What? Excuse me? Quaint picture book brochure, very colourful. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid. Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Uh-huh. Another boring book, just discarded here.
Yes?
No. Leave that for now. Alright, let's go back in here. I want to make sure real quick that I'm not missing anything in here. Because we walked through here before, and there seemed to be some password that was related to the production schedule. And I'm super curious to see if, like, I just missed something here. Oh. What's up, Kim? I'm not using my
It's
thing.
dark.
The lieutenant states the obvious.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hand? Got it, Kim. No need to rub it in. Where's my flashlight? There we go. Back through here. I mean, I don't really see any interactables in here other than the stuff we've already interacted with previously. Unless I've got new insight on some of this.
This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles.
I think we went through all of this, didn't
Your
we?
flashlight, some of the writing has faded with age. The handwriting, the full text reads, heat death.
Oh. What's up?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Oh, I must not have seen this. Someone tried to exercise the curse using technology. Looks like an undercover counterintelligence program. It's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
Lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And this was a role-playing game.
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with heat death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real, immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened to the company? Oh, right. Those kinds of things give me fucking... Oh, damn. That's actually really powerful. Fuck. I've almost got a second one. Hand-eye coordination is probably the one I want to go with, but... What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The lieutenant tilts his head, thinking. They're insane if they thought they could do this. It's just a play to cheat money out of their investors' pockets. The curse got them. I see no other explanation. This world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it even bigger. They were insane if they thought they could do this.
Yes, especially in here.
The lieutenant looks around the derelict room. The pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor in front of your feet.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Yeah, I've got experience for that at least. Go back to this thing again.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play.
Nothing happens.
Press
The
play.
speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid. Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am?
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but where are you? How did, yeah.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely doing this job?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
For the first time, you hear her chuckle through the rustle of static.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's any good. Please repeat the password.
Password. Can't really be... I'm really bad at passwords. Could you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Thank you, Encyclopedia. This is police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
The voice in the machine asks again. She sounds cold in the damp air. Is it my birthday?
Still no.
No, I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything
That's all for
Thank
now.
you and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the smoke.
Tiles on the cube.
Dang it.
This old fire, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles.
What am I
Radio
looking at?
frequencies, it's unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
If it's a game, then
Whoever decides, a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
He nods at the calendar on the chalkboard, wiping his marker-stained fingers clean.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
God, where would we even find a password for that? The only person we know that knows, like, literally anything about that is the woman upstairs. But I get the distinct impression that, like, yeah, no, she doesn't fucking know anything about it. Like, actually, let's... Oh, fuck, no. She's back here. Forgot about that. Is it around here? Yeah, it was. Yeah, she's up there. Alright, what else do we have to talk about, miss?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
I have more questions about this building.
I'm listening.
Used to be a hair salon, taxidermy. Found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
She rubs her forehead. Her scarf has left a faint line on her dusty skin.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
So you're telling me that you have a doorbell there? Which one? I have a few more questions. Yeah.
The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
No more
Sure,
questions.
I'm listening.
What's with the rotorblades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Making a rotorblades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile. Interesting. What do these... That's illegal, running off with companies' money like that. Why hasn't he been arrested? What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just props. Why return them?
I have more questions about the
I'm
intercom.
pretty sure it still doesn't work.
Oh.
Sure, I'm listening.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieu. Who would have guessed?
What?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool, very cool about the debris, but what's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Yes, okay. I saw snuff and went,
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
The lieutenant turns to you.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Then she lets the thought go. There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Oh my god, that art cop is amazing. Alright, what about the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Fritte does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. She works in Fritte as a cashier, and she's not particularly friendly. What did they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. Surprised they showed up to work at all. That's an award-winning idea. How else do you choose people around you? How else do you choose people around you? I don't have an opinion on employing teens. I just want to know, did it work out for the business? Fritte.
Employing soaky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravachol ICT, and they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples, like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
Oh! Oh, well, I'm glad we're not using that fridge for anything important.
Eventually, Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
It's the market doing its job. I'm sure the bear was doing its best. The bear was scary. Every time I saw that bear, I felt scared, like it could come alive any moment now.
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Oh my god, that's like one of the first one of those I've seen fail. I've been thinking that a lot of these are like hidden, which I think they are, like based on some other text the game has shown me, but I didn't realize that... Yeah, shit. Huh. Megatherion? What's a vision beast? Very cool, but I don't want to hear about bears anymore. Let's move on.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
I don't do drugs. I do drugs. I've got a vision beast myself. I don't have a comment on drugs. Now, you beast.
What?
Do you ever feel like your vision beast is trying to blackmail the fun out of you? Nothing. Cough and let go of the tie.
Right.
Says the dice maker. She doesn't look entirely convinced.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad, finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow it idly.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Evidently. Sorry, hold on one sec. Oh, right, I can't look at items right now. Do I want to spend the rest of the afternoon doing this, or... Oh, God. I think I want to sleep on whether or not I press Tommy or talk to the racist lorry driver. So I think...
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
You know what? I may as well give this a shot. I'm probably never gonna...
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief, the tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Let's go. Alright. Do I know, fracture bullet, there it is.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
I do have a couple of tries at this because I have, skill points I can put into it. Alright, I'll give it one and see what how big the check is. I need to... It's even right now. Yeah, it's probably telling me that I can do that again, sure. Okay. Do I have anything that affects hand-eye coordination? Savoir faire. Esprit de corps, visual calculus. I'm looking for yellow. Interfacing, reaction speed, composure, reaction speed. Not really. If I can just... I mean, I could do back-to-back checks with basically 50-50 odds. And, like, it's likely, or it's reasonable to assume one of them will work, but... I might as well give it a shot. I don't think I have... Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna go outside and... Fuck. Who would I check with to see if they've got anything that enhances hand-eye coordination? Probably wouldn't work for, oh god, I forgot his name. The guy that the racist lorry driver kind of set us on. Did we never look through here? No, we did. Yeah. And this is still, like, impossible to... No!
Yes.
Fuck. There's Tommy. Oh, I should take the fucking torch out of my hand. Can we buy things at the pawn shop? I forget if that's a thing. Oh no, the didn't the ultras give me hand-eye
The speakers
coordination?
below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Fuck. That's a lot of real too.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer.
You find your hat. The box.
Economical, but also
Did the glasses do
shine on
anything?
these sunglasses
No,
lasts
they
a
were
lifetime of...
electrochemistry, right. Oh, right, I can't really go there, can I?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Yes.
Her back?
Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this? Show it to the shopkeep.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points at the decapitated figurine.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Probably shouldn't be trusting Inland Empire with this, but fuck
Did
it.
I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
It's alright, sir. I cannot be separated from my inventory. Expect knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
He looks at the dusty figurines in the dim light.
A long, long time ago.
Inspect the blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Wait, this looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing Petanque.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Point to the blue figurines. Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers. Revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope, even we can do it. The contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. It is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital, asked my friend Gart, who's a bitch at me. I wish it was more nuanced as it stands. I cannot comment. It's impossible to win against the cohorts of capital.
Okay. I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
Steps away from the table. Right, I can look at the fracture bullet again. But I am looking for things first.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Let your gaze run over the streetlight.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Is that a streetlight? Where did you get this? How much for the streetlight? There's nothing else. I don't really care.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on the tips of your toes to see more.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres, even though I don't really like music.
Fucking monster. I am the art cop. You should be arrested. What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police work? I'm not going to buy that just now, because, yeah. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Bust of a woman, the plaque simply says day. In the dark, a film projector is whirling away. Oh, some kind of machine, an antique cash register. Interesting that I could inspect this after the dog.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Oh god, not again.
The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar.
Sniff the shirt.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
What's to do with the man on this t-shirt?
It's the man from Hendal.
Walking away from his burning village. Yes.
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize the figure in the print. Lie, sire, for no reason.
I was a very sheltered child. My parents only let me read boring books about ordinary people, and the man from Heimdall looks extraordinary. I'm guessing I'm supposed to know who this man is, but I lost my memory.
That's very sad, man. Then you missed out on some pretty well executed, albeit repetitive, adventure literature. The man from Yelmdale is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla, mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Yelmdale ever really existed, but they are wrong.
He leans in.
Hendal isn't a real place.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
He stops abruptly.
Wow. What?
What do you mean the man from Heimdall is real?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
He sounds incredulous.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
How much are you selling this t-shirt for?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Couldn't you just give it to me for
But
free then?
Why?
Because I'm broke cop without a cent. Perhaps I could repay you in some other way. I guess I can't really think of any good reason.
You'll just have to buy it then. But it's not like it's expensive.
Ooh, physical instrument and shivers, eh? For 2 real? Fuck it.
Welcome to Hjelmdal, officer.
God. Alright, well, I didn't really buy anything I really needed, but hey, got some shit out of it at the very least. Jeez, I'm getting a lot of experience from the conceptual thing. I'm really glad I picked up that art cop thing. That art cop thought. That has paid off a lot. Okay, so it seems pretty clear that I can't raise hand-eye coordination with anything that's currently available to me. The only thing I can think of is maybe the books here, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that really, like, does anything in the grand scheme of things.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Look through the pile of Wirral.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Okay, I don't think those are going to give me stats. I'm pretty sure those things are like... I know the game did say earlier on that you can... what was it? You can pass time by reading books and stuff. So I would guess that that stuff falls into a similar category. The man from Helmdal is standing in front of a burning village, dual-wielding his ever-present Zweihanders. His muscles look ready to burst out of the two-dimensional print into your three-dimensional life. Plastic headless Faln rider sits atop his equally plastic bull, his posture indicating either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous Faln cap, for which he has lost his head. The head is not included. Okay. Alright. Let's finish this off with this
The
at the very
bullet
least.
is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
Now, interesting to remember, though, is that I am now getting a lot more experience from 2 of my thoughts, so I can be a little bit more free with my skill points here if I want. Please don't come to that.
A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique, or a retrofitted antique.
We just got it. Holy shit. Make?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago.
Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Who uses Belmargrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for a well-preserved antique, most likely.
Yeah, something that still can shoot.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
Lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. I think I know where this came from, dangled the bag thoughtfully.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmargrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
Why not?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen.
Huh.
Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzleloaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Worth what? Getting shot? I think we should have more powerful guns, where the law makes you consider every shot. I like it.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
Imagine.
But back to the investigation.
Seems we're looking for an antique enthusiast. Could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters? Have well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez? Yeah, something mysterious is afoot with this antique bullet type. Seems we're looking for an antiques enthusiast.
Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself. Okay, and an antique. That makes... I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get...
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement.
Imagine if everyone... But back to the investigation.
Could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters?
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Okay. Locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 ammo. How the fuck would we even do that? Oh, get a reality lowdown. I did actually complete that. Good. Good to know. Active.
Okay. An antique. That makes sense. I have to hand it some new...
Prohibiting peace...
Imagine if... But back to the investigation. Mysterious. Okay. Either way, we'll know when we find the gun. Okay.
Actually, hold on.
And?
Jamrock is probably the...
An antique. I have to hand some...
Prohibiting.
Imagine if ever... But back to the investigation.
Have well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez?
Let's find out. Yep. Next step, finding the gun itself.
The bullet has nothing more to say. Okay, but...
Yes?
How exactly would we go about doing that? Well, I guess that's probably for next time, because I'm going to wrap up here. Yeah, so... God, it's been really good to play through a lot of this game, like, back-to-back. I was really annoyed that I didn't get to play it last weekend, so I'm glad that, like, the long weekend came around and I got a lot of time to do that. So yeah, as I've said the last few days, probably going to be sporadically streaming. I do want to start making progress in Elden Ring again, and I would like to, like, try and not get spoiled on things. So that's probably going to be my afternoon streams. I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break from streaming 14, just to get some characters and jobs in place for when I play next time, or feel like streaming it next time. I don't know how much prog I'm going to be doing for 14 too, or 14 as well, so like might not be streaming 14 at all much. But yeah, I'll be doing Elden Ring in the afternoons, I think, during the week. And then more Disco Elysium on the weekend. All pending work not kicking my ass majorly, which it is very much going to, I think. Yeah, so... anyone streaming that's not playing Elden Ring? What are you up to? Oh, that's one of the... Right. Yeah, no. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone's really streaming that I like to raid. That's a shame. But yeah. So, some Elden Ring scattered throughout the week, maybe. And then we'll be back to Disco Elysium on the weekend. I still feel like I've barely scratched the surface of this game. And especially that whole reality lowdown was very much like, okay, there's a lot of shit going on here, and potentially things that could have been the reason that Harry doesn't have his fucking memory. But, yeah. Feels like we've still got a lot of shit to do. We're almost at the end of day 3, too. Like, I've streamed this 4 times and we're barely through day 2. God. And Luca thought she was going to be playing Pathologic forever. Alright. Yeah, so thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.